Good evening. I will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5:01 p.m. Deputy City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Present.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Tucci,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 13A, real property, conference with real property negotiator. 13B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. And 13C, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code, Section 54956.8, 54956.9D1, 54957.6. We will return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We'll reconvene our City Council meeting. It's now 6:38. I welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber, as well as those watching remotely. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report out?
Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, will you please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you? Please remain standing and all arise, and Councilwoman Kalani will lead us in the flag salute and Councilman Matucci in the invocation.
Please join me as we honor our flag and country. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dear Lord, thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to gather here today to discuss some of the city's most pressing issues. May our decisions tonight reflect the will of the people. I know we're going through a lot of issues around the world, and we pray for those that are in harm's way. We pray for peace everywhere, especially in the Middle East. And we pray that our fine soldiers all come home safe. Amen.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, or supplemental items.
Thank you, Honor Party and City Manager. We are, regards to item 8E, community development, the item will be deferred to a future council meeting. And item 8F from community services will also be deferred to the April 21st city council meeting. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov. Thank you, Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to item 4, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
motion to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and staff announcements. City Clerk Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance is currently accepting applications for commissions and the SST Committee. Commission and SST Committee appointments will take place at the City Council meeting on Tuesday, June 23rd. The application deadline is Thursday, May 8th by 5 p.m. Applications are being accepted at the City Clerk's counter via U.S. mail or email to cityclerk@torranceca.gov. Postmarks are not accepted. Applicants must be an elector of the City of Torrance and have completed commission certification training within the last 2 years to be eligible for appointment. Commissioners applying for reappointment must also be current on Ethics AB 1234 and non-supervisory harassment prevention training. For more information, please visit torranceca.gov/government/commissions or call the Office of the City Clerk at 310-618-2870. My next announcement, Your Honor, is about our election. Become an informed voter. Attend a candidate forum. Forums are free and open to members of the public with the exception of the New Horizons, which is limited to New Horizon residents. The next candidate forum is on April 13th at 7 p.m. at Birtland Middle School at 7 p.m. for mayor and city treasurer candidates. The one after that is April 20th at Alta Loma Park Meeting Room at 7 p.m. for mayor and city treasurer. Visit torranceca.gov/government/city-clerk/election-information for the schedule. And remember to check your voter registration status at lavote.gov. Vote by mail ballots will be mailed starting May 4th. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And the next item, I'm going to introduce our Social Service Chair, Karen Pryor, to the podium, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening to City Council and all you fun friends up here. My name is Karen Pryor, and I am the current chair of the Social Services Commission. The Social Services Commission would like to encourage the community to participate in the annual Toiletries and More Drive from April 13th through the 24th. The Toiletry Drive assists people experiencing homelessness in Torrance. We welcome new and full-size donations, including sweatshirts and t-shirts, socks, shampoo and conditioner, toothpaste, body wipes, deodorant, and more. Collection bins will be available in the City Hall lobby, the Permit Center, North Torrance Library, and Walteria Library. To view the complete list of requested items, please visit torranceca.gov/help others. And if you have any questions, please call 310-618-5880 or email socialservicescommission@torranceca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Social Service Commission. Let's see, next item. Moving on to community matters. Item 6A. Tonight, the city would like to recognize an exceptional individual who embodies a spirit of community service, Ron Kimmel. For more than 20 years, Ron has been a dedicated volunteer with the Friends of Torrance Library, contributing his time and expertise to enhance our local library system. As a long-standing board member, Ron took on the challenging role of treasurer for over a decade, where he managed complex financial responsibilities with diligence and integrity. His tenure on the executive board was marked by a significant achievement, including development of organizational bylaws and a memorandum of understanding with the Torrance Public Library, laying a strong foundation for the Friends. In addition to his board duties, Ron played a pivotal role in establishing the FOTL, or Friends, online bookstore, diligently shipping book orders 3 times a week for 10 years. He also designed and implemented an efficient system for book sales at the library, carefully managing everything from table layouts to inventory. Throughout his time with the Friends, Ron has mentored countless volunteers, equipping them with essential skills, whether training future treasurers, guiding internet sales processes, or sorting and evaluating incoming book donations. His dedication has empowered others to carry on the mission of the Friends. Under Ron's stewardship, the Friends of Torrance Library has contributed over $1 million to the Torrance Public Library, a testament to his commitment and the profound benefit to our entire community. Please join me in a round of applause for Ron and his remarkable service and lasting impact on Torrance. And now, I'd like to invite Mr. Kimmel and members of the Friends of Torrance Library to join me at the podium for a photo, and I will give a certificate to him as well. And I think, today, I'm going to ask my colleagues to please join us. I know it might be a little crowded, so we might have to be in the second deck just to honor his service. Before we all come up, I'm going to ask if Mr. Kimmel wants to share a few words. So maybe, just stay right there. That's okay. I know I jumped the gun a little bit. Sorry about that. Mr. Kimmel, you have a few words to share with us.
Yes. want to I want to thank you for this this honor, and thank all the friends and other volunteers for being here tonight, and my family in the back and in the front. I also want to mention that I spent a few years volunteering with the Sister City Association, but I found that being treasurer of both organizations at the same time was a little bit too much. So I concentrated on the friends. And thank you again.
All right. Do you want to gather around, left and right of him? And Ted, you want to join us as well? Okay. Yeah. Why don't you come here? I'll stand beside.
Stand next to me, yes, okay.
I'm gonna let your friends and family get close to you, okay? Do some motion.
Come to the next book sale.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, young man. All right, thank you, Mr. Kimmel and the friends. Right, tonight we'll go to 8B. Tonight we recognize April as DMV Donate Life Month. This is the time to honor selfless donors and their families who have given the gift of life, and to encourage our community to register as organ, eye, and tissue donors. We are proud to partner with DMV and One Legacy to spread this message of hope. I would like to invite my colleagues on the City Council to help me read the proclamation, starting from my right hand. Following the reading, I'd like to invite Tammy Rusnak to join us at the podium to accept the proclamation.
Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and
whereas more than 120,000 individuals nationwide and more than 20,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 17 people die each day while waiting. The need for donated organs is especially urgent in the Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, and
Whereas a single individual's donation of heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. And donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others. Organ donors saved more than 46,000 lives last year. And
Whereas any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor, regardless of age or medical conditions. Being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person receives in an emergency. And
Whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org, or for Spanish speakers, www.donevidacalifornia.org. And
Whereas California residents can sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying or renewing their driver's licenses or IDs at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as DMV Donate Life Month in the city of Torrance. In doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes online, or when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the DMV, signed the 7th day of April 2026. So, Tammy, would you come to the podium? Would you like to share a few words with us?
I would. Thank you so much. First, I want to thank you, Mayor Chen and council members for recognizing, for this proclamation and for recognizing April as DMV Donate Life Month. Organ donation and transplant are very personal to me. I received a kidney from my sister, and her gift gave me nearly 40 years of life. And I'm so grateful for it. You know, I was able to do things and live my life in ways that I don't think would have been possible without it. But today, I find myself on the transplant, waiting for an organ again, and I'm on the transplant list. So I do understand on a very personal level what it means to wait, and also what it means when somebody makes the decision to donate an organ. There are many people like me waiting for and hoping for a second chance, and one decision truly can save lives. So I encourage everyone to learn to talk to your family and to consider registering as an organ donor, organ, eye, and tissue donor. It's a simple act that can make an incredible difference in someone's life. Thank you.
Anyone else want to join you up here?
No.
Okay, that's why I'm taking a
Okay.
photo there. I didn't know if you can join.
Oh, no.
Okay.
He's the photographer.
Oh, he's the photographer. Okay.
I'm going to be like the man before cheese.
You're a one-man wrecking crew.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank
Thank you
Tammy.
again. Thank you so much.
And by the way, I think Tammy and the group also have a very good Rose Parade float every year too, right?
We do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Go Torrance Rose Float Association.
Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on the items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 2 minutes per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. It's 6:59. Deputy City Clerk, do we have anyone who signed up?
Yes, Your Honor, we have one. John H.
I have only 9 copies for council, but happy to provide them. Good evening. My questions tonight are for Councilman Assam Sheikh. Were you a defendant in a lawsuit alleging that you perpetrated financial elder abuse on your neighbor, the late John A. Fleming, a 92-year-old retired aerospace mechanic, military veteran, and longtime Torrance resident? Did you use your official positions as both City of Torrance Planning Commissioner and City Councilman to mislead Mr. Fleming into transferring his home, his retirement savings, and his personal property to you and your family, amounting to more than $1.5 million? Upon transferring title from Mr. Fleming's family trust to yourself, how were you able to reduce the property tax payment from over $10,000 down to $1,500 per year? Did you use your personal relationship with the county tax assessor to lower the property taxes for your own personal benefit? And why are property tax bills being mailed to you at the Torrance City Hall? As his caretaker, why did Mr. Fleming die of malnutrition? Why did you order an Islamic memorial flyer and an Islamic prayer for Mr. Fleming, who wanted to be buried in a Catholic cemetery with his wife? Why did you fail to disclose Mr. Fleming's health condition and his death to his daughter? Why do you use Mr. Fleming's image on your campaign website? And why did you refuse to give Mr. Fleming's American Veterans flag to Mr. Fleming's daughter? And did you sell the Fleming family personal effects at a Torrance?
Sir, your time is up, sir.
Thank you for listening. The citizens of Torrance
Sir.
demand answers. Thank you.
Well, hello? Can you hear me? Good. I received a wonderful letter from Councilwoman Lewis. Arthur, thank you for sharing your concerns. I do not support red light cameras used for automated traffic ticketing. That's simple. That was easy. Every one of you should have given me a similar letter by now. There should be no excuse. Mayor Chen telling me, well, I'm open to all proposals or possibilities. That is not acceptable. You have no right to propose anything that will violate our constitutional rights. I am aware of the California Supreme Court saying that red light cameras are acceptable. I don't care. It's the federal courts you have to pay attention to. This is about our rights. Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment. There should be no red light cameras. There should be no automated ticketing. That should not even be a consideration. Every one of you, I am waiting for a response on this. The gentleman before highlights another issue. 2 minutes, this is still an insult, Mayor. How dare you take away our full public comment? It should be 3. It was 3 even with Mayor Fury, and I know he didn't want to listen to me, but he listened to me for 3 minutes. And everyone else should have that as well. Councilman Sheikh, thank you for your call yesterday. 90% of your constituents want the public comment restored. Excellent. I'm glad I'm not alone in this. I keep hearing that there is a good government 4 on this dais. Well, why don't you put that good government energy into action and restore the public comment if the mayor won't do it? There should not be this delay. This should not have been dragged out as a campaign issue. I have spoken on this issue many times, and I know I'm not the only one. This is not acceptable. You should hear from us for 3 minutes. Second oral communication should be expanded if necessary for every person who's willing to stay. This needs to be fixed. You have no right to be limiting us like this, especially having done it to 1 minute in the past. Not acceptable. You need to change this. That gentleman, I think, clearly established it. He needed more than 2. You need to fix this. Councilman Shaker, you have the opportunity.
Sir, your time is up.
Do it. Let's get this going.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Once again, it's tax fraud season, national tax fraud season for us, the carpenters. We come to talk about tax fraud days of action. There are billions of dollars that through cheating contractors, they don't pay their taxes. Torrance has a lot of work going on in construction, a lot of housing going on, but in that rush to meet this housing, nobody's keeping track or any accountability when it comes to these cheating contractors. They have labor brokers, they have coyotes, and they bring these workers in and they do the work and they pay them cash. They misclassify them as independent contractors, and that's tax revenue that the city is getting cheated out of. The city of Torrance may be struggling with their fire department, with their schools, with homeless shelters, the veterans, and so forth. But when these cheating contractors don't pay or they pay them in cash, that's lost tax revenue that the city of Torrance doesn't see. So the Carpenters and United Brotherhood of Carpenters right here in Torrance, and some of our men and women that live in this city are standing up to tax fraud and worker misclassification and cash pay. So we're here to let City Council know, let you know, Mayor, that this is a crisis level and it has to stop. And we are asking that you just pay attention and become aware that tax fraud does exist right here in the city of Torrance, and who's checking. We always hear about the city manager saying that they have things in place where this doesn't happen, but where's the records at? Where's the accountability at? How do we really know? All they do is come in the city, they get a permit, and they say that they're building and that their contractors are reputable. But how can you tell? Have you ever even checked? Has anyone ever even held them accountable? So we're just asking and making that aware to hold.
Good evening, City Council. Construction tax fraud is stealing the future of our communities, roads, first responder systems, public transit, schools, and hospitals. Billions of dollars are meant for infrastructure is lost every year because of dishonest contractors who exploit and dodge wages. This April 6th to the 18th, the Western States Carpenter Union of Local 91 is taking stance against those corrupt businesses that are pocketing this money that should be in for critical infrastructure. It is time to stop tax fraud and ensure our critical community systems are built with the right way. Those lost tax dollars will go to the funds, more equipment for our first responders, more first responders improving our roads, schools, and hospitals. When you see the dirty streets, think tax fraud. You see the dirty part and vacant lots, think tax frauds. When you're driving down the street and you hit a pothole and you bounce from the driver's seat to your passenger seat, think tax fraud. Thank you, City Council.
I think if those want to speak, you could queue up so that this way you could orderly have your time to talk too. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, board, for allowing me to talk. I don't have anything scripted, but something came to me that I wanted to share personal. I've been a carpenter for 27 years, and before that, I was 26 when I became a carpenter, and I had spent 9 years of my life in prison on 2 different trips. The second trip is what I want to talk about. When they released me at 21 years old, and in 1994, they told me not to have any weapons. I was a pretty dumb kid, so I had a firearm, and they called that ex-con with a gun. The court that I had to go to was Torrance Court. I do thank Torrance Court now that I'm 53 with 3 kids in college because they didn't give me life in prison, but I had to go back and do 5 years, and I had to do what was called pay restitution to the city for committing that crime. I asked Torrance to be what Torrance was in 1994 with me when I committed a crime and I had to pay it and pay back and make these contractors that if I would have had to work for them getting out at 26, I wouldn't have been able to raise a family because I wouldn't have had a livable wage. And by them stealing taxes and all of that, I wouldn't have kids that were in college and doing as good as I'm doing. So I appreciate that Torrance gave me a second chance at life, but I asked Torrance to continue to be that diligent with people that are taken away from the community when the things they're taking could make us more productive. That's all I have.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We're here to bring to your attention a recent incident at the Cherry Blossom Festival in Torrance on March 29th, where an individual appeared in attire representing Imperial Japanese military forces while holding military flags. We're here on behalf of over 80 community members and 18 organizations who have signed the letter we are submitting tonight. This is not about restricting First Amendment rights. It is about the city's responsibility to ensure its cultural events remain inclusive and welcoming.
And for many in our community, including those veterans, and some of them have fought in World War II, Imperial Japanese military imagery is not.
Clock. There's a different person speaking.
Sure. It's one speech, though. I'll try to make it.
It's okay. I'm just letting them know.
Thank you. Imperial Japanese military imagery is not a distant history. It is tied to lived experiences of war, occupation, atrocities, and survival. When it appears in a cultural festival, it can be deeply distressing and make people feel excluded. We're asking for practical steps, clear guidelines, engagement with affected communities, and support from the organizers. This is an opportunity for the city to lead, to affirm respect, inclusion, and historical awareness in our public spaces. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erica Winston. I am the Prevention Coordinator with Behavioral Health Services. We're located at 1334 Post Avenue, right next door to Eat at Rudy's behind Torrance Bakery. We just wanted to invite the community out for this upcoming the DEA National RX Take Back Day. It's happening Saturday, April 25th, from 10 to 2 p.m. at Sam's Club on Sky Park, and we are doing it in partnership with the Torrance PD and also Fox Drugs of Torrance. So it's a time for the community to come out, drop off any expired, unused medications for safe disposal. So everyone's free to join us. We will be back out October for the second round this year. So hopefully everybody can come out. Again, it's April 25th from 10 to 2 p.m. at Sam's Club at Sky Park, on Sky Park. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak on something that's on the consent calendar, Agenda 8E. And this really is just to congratulate and thank our Community Development Department for seeking funding for the multi-use active transit trail project from the Regional Transit Center that'll connect the Regional Transit Center to downtown Torrance. Now, I'm excited for all of the development that's happening in the city, and all of that development, of course, means more people in the city and more cars on the road. Projects like this transit trail give people like me a safe way to opt out of my car and vehicle and either walk or ride my bike from our transit center to the growing, bustling hub that is downtown Torrance. And I'm especially excited for this given all of these sporting events that are coming to our city. Anyway, that's all. Just wanted to say thank you for embarking on this project and moving it along. I'm excited for all of the public engagement that'll come through, hopefully over the next year. Thanks.
I think you might have missed the announcement. That item was not on tonight. It's going to get pushed on to another week, just so you know. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, fire, and police, and those at home. My property has an alleyway where the trash cans and recycling bins are located. And one day I noticed that the truck was dumping empty cans and lifting them and dumping them for no reason. It's just wear and tear on the equipment, and it uses up extra time. Here is example of a trash bin. Imagine that it's full of trash. Bang, clack, clack. You see the red flag. The red flag is out, and that means do not pick up this trash can. It's empty. Now, when the resident comes out, puts their trash in, when it's full enough, they put the red flag in. This means pick up this trash can, it's ready to dump. Now, if you should choose to use this idea, you don't have to pay me anything, but I will accept gift certificates. Thank you for your time.
I think you're going to get one there in Veterans Day celebration.
Yeah, City Council. I like the gentleman that went first before me about the minutes we have up here. I think we should have at least, if you guys can't give us 2 minutes, at least give us a minute and a half. I mean, it's election year, think about it. You know, we should get a little bit longer at the podium to say what we got to say. The other thing is the city's growing too fast. You guys got a lot of building going around. Anza Avenue, you should know that, and you should know that it's like a freeway on that thing. Lamida's a freeway. Torrance is just building up too much. There's too much going on. We don't need it. We don't need to be built up like LA. I mean, Anza is just a freeway. It's just one doggone freeway. Torrance Boulevard, Sepulveda, it's a freeway. You guys are making it just too busy here. You're making it where we don't want to live. My personal opinion, most likely when you guys retire, you're out of here. You guys are moving out of state. I don't think any one of you are going to stay here. And the other thing that I think about is that you guys said we're supposed to have 8 trolleys, and they were put in for repairs. Where are they now? We don't have any. I mean, and we're still waiting to see the trolleys come. You guys made a big deal about it. I went down to the bus stop and asked them. They don't have anything on their computer saying when they're coming back. So that's the problem you guys have to look at, is when they're coming back. It is an election year. You guys going to get reelected. Better think about it. Think about a lot of things about Torrance that you guys are not thinking about. Simple things that people in Torrance worry about, think about. Another thing is, when we have the parade, the courthouse parking lot and the parking lot right out here should be open for handicapped senior citizens. You guys have been closing it. Never used to be closed before. Thank you.
Got done with time to spare. Anyone else who wishes to speak? City Attorney, I think there were some comments made with respect to the Columbia Park and the Cherry Blossom. I'm just going to ask you to, share with the public on the situation. But we heard you, so I just want to make sure that we give the City Attorney an opportunity to share where the city's position is.
Patrick Solomon, City Attorney. The Cherry Blossom Festival is an event that the city holds at Columbia Park. Parks are traditional public forums. The gentleman who was dressed in the military uniform and displaying the flags was not part of the official ceremony or any of the performers. He is just a member of the public. Since it is a traditional public forum, what he did is considered free speech or expressive conduct. The city cannot restrict that. The city can look at performing a expressive conduct zone in the park. The problem is, unlike the farmers market where it's very clear what's expressive conduct and what is not, the booths are for farmers or people who are food vendors. In Columbia Park, it's not as clear. So that's something we can look at, but there can be no guidelines or restrictions or bans on military uniforms or flags, even if they're offensive. Offensive speech is protected speech. There are numerous cases on this in the Supreme Court. There's a case of Collin versus Smith back in the 70s where a neo-Nazi group wanted to walk and march through a village in Skokie, Illinois, wearing Nazi uniforms, holding swastika flags, and the Supreme Court said that was protected. Same thing in Texas versus Johnson. the burning of American flags, which is deeply offensive to many people, is considered protective symbolic speech. And there's a new case out of the Copyright Administration, I don't have it in front of me right now, that says that essentially offensive speech is protected speech. And in that case, it was a Asian American band called the Slants, which is a derogatory term for Asian people that wanted to trademark their name. And there is a disparagement clause in the trademark law that says you cannot grant a trademark for something that disparages a person or a race. And the U.S. Supreme Court said that violates free speech because speech that is offensive or disturbing is protected. So although the group says they're not trying to restrict free speech by asking for any guidelines or discouraging people from wearing those kinds of uniforms, that would be a violation of free speech and put the city in liability for that violation. If you also look at city councils around LA County, there's a gentleman who shows up to the LA City Council regularly wearing a swastika, and that is allowed. There is another gentleman who has gone to the Pasadena City Council holding up swastika symbols while speaking to their city council, which has, I think, 2 Jewish council members. He even had, I think, another sign that said Hitler was right. And as offensive as those statements are to many people, it is protected speech. So there is, unfortunately, as far as the uniform, there's nothing, we cannot ban it, we cannot discourage it. Like I said, the city is willing to look at setting up an expressive conduct zone, but it becomes a little more difficult in a cultural affair of what booth would be expressive conduct speech. That would have to go to an expressive zone versus what would be allowed in the other booth zones. But the city is willing to look into those sort of things, but the ban of uniforms or symbols is not allowed.
Thank you. We appreciate you speaking up to us, and when I think as we prepare for next year's Cherry Blossom Festival, we have a lot of cultural festivals. Cherry Blossom is just one of them. We have Bunkasai, we have other things, and we'll look at what what things we could improve on so that everyone has an enjoyable experience. Thank you, City Attorney Sullivan. Anyone else who wish to speak? I see you clicked in. I just want to give the public, make sure they have a chance. Councilman Sheikh, you clicked in. Did you want to share something?
Yes, please. First of all, a lot of things were thrown at me, so I just wrote something quickly just to address some of the things that there were said to me. First of all, I know that my opponent and the 5 people who have endorsed him, they know very well that they cannot win this election based on merit and based on facts. So now what they're doing is basically resorting to an ugly and smearing campaign against me. I want to emphasize, they know they cannot win this election based on the facts, based on merits. My opponent's campaign is working with someone who attempted elder financial exploitation to obtain my former neighbor's home. This is considered elder abuse under California law. And because I gave aid and comfort to my neighbor, which helped prevent him from losing his home, this individual is seeking revenge against me for thwarting that individual's plan. This is the kind of person my opponent is working with. My opponent's campaign has made repeated accusations and complaints to public agencies to harass my campaign and cause unneeded expenses. None of those agencies have offered any validity to these repeated accusations, which have been going on for literally 4 or 5 months. This kind of politics has no place in Torrance elections. And I call upon my opponent join me in following the Torrance Code of Ethics, which calls upon candidates to avoid demeaning or irrelevant personal attacks. Never try to confuse or mislead the voters. And conduct an issue-oriented, honest, fair, and respectful campaign. My neighbors had a trust, and everything on the trust was written according to his instruction by his attorney. I had nothing to do whatever he wanted to do for his burial. His burial was performed exactly the way he instructed to his attorney and the burial place. That has nothing to do with me. I did not have my faith flag. I did not add or delete anything from the instructions given by him to his attorney when he was alive. And his attorney is the one who conducted everything based on the will of my neighbor. And again, I'm going to repeat that. My opponent and the 5 people that endorse him know they cannot win these elections based on merits and facts. And that is the truth. That's what making my opponent to make these allegations on me. And I try my best to, in fact, I don't have to try my best. It will be definitely come clear. My hands are completely clear. And I want to thank whoever brought this up, and I don't know why they didn't stay for, let me say my words. And again, this is a smear campaign, and Torrance does not allow that kind of thing in our city. And all the policies that this person has, my opponent, and the unnecessary expenses that will be sent to everybody who's involved. And at the end of the day, they will get the love letter to address that as well. Well, thank you again. Appreciate it.
At this moment, there's still a few minutes left for the public comments. I believe everyone who spoke today had sufficient time to get their points across before they start repeating themselves. Just want to make sure I allowed you some time. Anyone else who didn't come up? Okay, we will move on to the consent calendar. Do any members wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? I will be pulling item 8D as in Delta. Any of my colleagues want to pull any other items from the consent calendar? Councilwoman, oh, you're about to do the motion. Okay, I thought you just clicked in.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety with the exception of 8D, which has been pulled, and 8E and 8F that have been withdrawn and deferred.
And before we do a vote,
I'll second that.
Yeah, City Clerk may have number and titles for items 8I and 8K, please, or Deputy City Clerk.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2026-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest to a public right-of-way license agreement with Torrance Black Beauty LLC for the installation of security fencing and landscaping within portion of the Prairie Avenue right-of-way adjacent to APNs 7352-015-005 and 7352-015-006. Resolution number 2026-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute and the city clerk to attest to grant of easement to Torrance Black Beauty LLC for driveway apron and ancillary improvements for a portion of city-owned property located at Delama Boulevard and Maple Avenue, APN 7352-015-900. Resolution number 2026-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees beginning February 21st, 2026, and repealing resolution number 2026-21. And lastly, resolution number 2026-32, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2026-19, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for executive and management employees.
Thank you. And adopt resolutions 2026-29, 2026-30, 2026-31, and 2026-32.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. So item 8D from the City Manager's Office. Do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the City Council, Carlos Weezer, Management Associate of the City Manager's Office. Tonight's item is a joint item with both the City Manager's Office and Community Services Department. Before we get started with the presentation that will be presented by ICANN representative, just a short script to introduce our Social Services Commission. We want to take this opportunity to also thank the Social Services Commission for holding a space for the community to share their needs and how the city can better serve our residents and how we can better provide services to meet the needs for individuals with developmental disabilities. Through their continued advisory recommendations through this commission, which was kind of the seed of us getting into this agreement with ICANN, this represents a small way that the city can support a more caring, thriving community. Tonight, I do want to introduce or have her join us, the chair of the Social Services Commission, Karen Pryor.
Well, hey there. Part of the outlook of the Social Services Commission is to work with adults with developmental disabilities. And so I think that this partnership with ICANN is just incredible. And I, for one, will be first in line for the coffee and all the other snacks that are going to be available. So I really commend the city for allowing this to be done. And I just can't wait. So thank you.
Before we bring Scott Elliott, CEO of ICANN, I just want to give a brief overview of tonight's agreement that we're asking council to approve tonight. So this is a one-year pilot program that would begin as of today, and it would be a one-year pilot program where ICANN will be installing a mobile coffee cart in the Library Plaza here at the Civic Center, operating a coffee shop with limited hours of service. With the agreement, we do have compensation built in. It's net 15% of sales. This allows ICANN and the city with the pilot program to see in terms of market conditions if this is something that can be sustained with the community. We're hoping that this does save us a couple drive trips to your nearest coffee shop like Starbucks, so having something close by for caffeine. We're very excited for this venture with ICANN. ICANN has been a great nonprofit partner with the city before. Just something personal, when I was in the Community Development Department, I had the privilege of working with Scott on their ICANN headquarters on Sepulveda Boulevard, and they do a great amount of work for the community and their clients. So with that, I would like to introduce Scott Elliott with ICANN.
We want to thank the city and also the Planning Commission for helping us to move along in an idea that was born from John LaRock. He and I, every weekend, were at the summer concerts and summer movies in the park. And he said, you know, the librarian wants us to have coffee and food inside the library to help bring back patrons to the library post-COVID. Is this something that we could talk about? And so that was actually the cart that we built to go inside the library. And it meandered down the path a bit, and then it was determined it would be better fit to be outside so it can serve the larger city staff, community, and not just library patrons inside the library in the limited scope of hours. And so If you go to the next slide, you'll start to see where we migrated from that to a much larger cart. But ICANN is a nonprofit that empowers people with disabilities. We serve over 700 families per month across our locations from the 105 to the 605 freeway. And it's an honor to be part of the city of Torrance. We moved our headquarters to Torrance. We got involved with the chamber, and not only being involved with Torrance has borne this project, but we are in contract negotiations with Harbor UCLA Hospital to have 2 coffee shops on their property as well through our Torrance relationship. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. I want to get you can keep going all the way till you see there we go. So this is the trailer that we worked in conjunction with city management to design to be outside and would be safer, but can lock up at night and self-sustaining from a power standpoint. Being inside the library created some challenges from that regard. From the advice from the Planning Commission, we switched to not only having batteries with a gas generator backup, but to have batteries with a battery backup and solar. We had solar before, but with a gas generator backup, and now we have 2 sets of batteries plus solar. So I'm hoping that will be a sustainable solution, but also from a noise standpoint, be quiet for those inside the library and outside. This trailer will be somewhat like a coffee shop on location for the city staff and library patrons. We do hope it brings more patrons back to libraries. You know, I grew up being able to go to the library and enjoy books and hang out there in the summer times, and we're hoping that kids come back, that we have really fun hot chocolates and fun drinks that they can drink. And the library staff was excited about bringing food back into the library, and they had experienced it in other cities of having that. And I've seen, you know, bookstores bring coffee shops inside of their bookstores, and it to be a successful way to bring people inside those bookstores. So let's see. Go ahead and go to the next. You can keep going slides. I'll talk through each one. This was also a partnership between Cal Poly, Da Vinci High School, and ICANN. So Da Vinci High School was looking for a nonprofit partner who ultimately could afford to build said thing, and they were referred to us from the architect on the project from Cal Poly, that they felt that I was the type of nonprofit that would believe in what the kids can do. And so the students from Da Vinci built everything that you see in terms of the structure, and then it was sent to a food truck vendor that does all the health department outfitting to ensure it's compliant with all the California codes. Next slide. That's just kind of what a rendering that we did when we were getting it approved from the city. You can go to the next slide, which is the exact location. So the exact location is right there. We are going to use a specialized trailer to kind of wedge it into that spot so it fits nice and tightly up against that concrete pad, which will allow it to be away from road noise, and which is great for patrons, but also good for our clients who will be working it every day. As previously mentioned, right, the streets are pretty busy, and so they do add road noise. So being back about 40, 50 feet is a good option. Go ahead. We will, the hours suggested, this was an area of discussion at the Planning Commission, but it is believed that there are city staff that do start at 7 a.m. And so therefore, us being open at 7 a.m. Affords those staff to get a cup of coffee just like anyone else. It's also great for our clients to work morning shifts, because if they work in retail, like grocery stores or Costco, they will have to work morning shifts. So it's good for them to have that practice. All clients at ICANN are paid in every capacity. Our mantra when we first started as an organization was real jobs for real pay. When the culture in our field was sub-minimum wage work, we were the only agency at that time that did minimum wage or above every single time, and we've never deviated from that. And I think that is the mantra that's helped us to grow from 0 clients in 11 years to over 700 clients. Was specifically that the parents share the word that we exist and that we only fight for real jobs. So yeah, everything that's served will be served there as well. We have 2 turbo chef ovens, so that way we have redundancy. and also for busy moments, we would have that redundancy as well. Your decision to support a project like this not only supports a local nonprofit and gains visibility for a nonprofit in your community, but people with special needs want to be seen and heard and want to be productive members of our society. And so this is a way for them to feel like they are giving back to their city as well. A significant percentage of our client base comes from Torrance, and that's why we moved our central operations to Torrance, because a good majority of our clients live in this city base. And so it's been a good opportunity for us. We opened in 2020. Well, not really. At that location, Danny and the team helped us, but we really opened about late 2021, and we were full within a month to complete capacity. And so we are looking for another facility in the city of Torrance to continue to work with Harbor Regional Center, who is our funder. So thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, I'm honored to answer them. But thankful for this proposal making it to this point.
Thank you, Scott. I think we already gave the community opportunity to speak on consent items, so I'm going to go to the City Council. Looks like Councilman Matucci has clicked in. You might want to just hang around in case he has a question for you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thank you for this. It's a great idea. I love coffee, so I'll be there. One question I have is we're closed off Fridays, so I think it would be kind of dead some of the Fridays. 2 of the Fridays, is it 2 or sometimes even 3 Fridays a month, depending on the month. We might be closed. We're closed, the city. Also Saturdays, typically we're not here, but I mean, is this mainly to service the library on those days?
The city staff assigned me those hours, so we are just we accepted the suggested. The library is open on Saturday, and then I believe the pool is open on Saturday, and sometimes there can be city events. Yeah, events on property.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Mr. Elliott is correct. There is other city programming other than the 980 staff, including our police department, the activity at the Cultural Arts Center, the Plunge, as Mr. Elliott indicated, as well as the library. So the opportunity that is presented as a part of this 1-year expiration period is so that ICANN can adjust their hours based on customer demand and then collaborate with staff on how those hours can be further adjusted, which the terms of the agreement allow the city manager to help adjust so that they can be successful and the city retains a wonderful asset.
Yeah, and by the way, you guys did a great job over there on Sepulveda, the beautiful building, and beats the heck out of a car wash that was supposed to be there.
Yeah, that really helped us in our proposal that we weren't a car wash. All the neighbors came to our grand opening and thanked us for not being a car wash.
Yeah.
So that was really nice.
No, but you guys did just a great work that you guys do for the community, but it also looks nice too.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we really worked hard on that.
Yeah, good job on everything. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the council? I don't see any, so I think we have Councilwoman Lewis ready to move for motion.
In exciting anticipation of what's to come, because we were able to see some of your clients, I make a motion that we approve item 8D with T.
Second that excitement.
Yeah, she's going to teach me. I think they're going to teach me how to make good tea before we open. Yes.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Scott and ICANN. Okay, I got too excited. I forgot we still got to move on. Let's see. There are no public hearings tonight. So for those of you who came for the council meeting today, this pretty much ends the public session. Before we are going to go back to closed session, but before we do that, I'm going to go on to have oral communications number 2 while the public is still here. So if there are anyone in the public in the chambers tonight who did not speak during oral communications number 1, Anyone you wish to speak now, please step up to the microphone. You will have 2 minutes per speaker. If you have not spoken during oral communications number 1.
We serve coffee at the Fiesta Hermosa quite often, and they have a free speech zone, and they have an area dedicated for that. Just wondering if that can be an area for the women that had questions earlier, if that can be something that can be a mitigated area where there's a free speech zone versus just the whole event being open for interpretation of where is appropriate and not appropriate. I know that I've seen it at Fiesta Hermosa, and it seemed to be effective when they have it like that, but I'm not certain if that's for all types of events like this.
That's one of the things I'd mentioned in the thing of the free speech zone. The difficulty here is it's in a public park, so that makes it a traditional public forum, which makes it a much more difficult situation than it would be in a festival that's held elsewhere. So that's the main issue there. But it is, like I said earlier, it is something the city is willing to look at. It's just difficult to differentiate between the booths at the Cherry Blossom Festival that are advocating for other Asian or Japanese related things, and this gentleman who is advocating, I'm not sure what, with his military style uniform.
Appreciate the comment. I mean, just for the public, we heard all the concerns, and we will take all the concerns and see how we can make all our events a very good experience for all who participate. Anyone else wish to speak on oral communications number 2? If not, I'm going to have the council members to do oral communication numbers 2, because when we come back, I'm going to assume all of you won't be here. Tonight, the order starts with Councilman Matucci.
I have nothing, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Sheikh.
No, nothing. Thanks.
Councilman Gerson.
No comments. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Have a great evening.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Good evening.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Good evening, everyone, and I want to wish my beautiful sister-in-law, Rochelle Clark, a happy birthday.
Great. And for those of you who's been here, we thank you for your participation. I know it's a little unusual that there's no administrative matters, but rest assured, we are going back to closed session to take care of city business on your behalf. Thank you and good night for those of you who will be leaving, and we're going back to closed session at 7:46. Okay, we've been in closed session. City Manager, do we have anything to report out?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, I think Councilman Tucci, you clicked in. You gotta go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back. Yeah, I wanted to bring something up that I think we might want to consider for concurrence. I really do think that any leases that we commit to, especially long-term ground leases, at the time of signing these leases, the city should be within, I'd say, at least the top 90% of the market value. And I think that should be something that's in our code. So I don't know, maybe I might defer quick to our city attorney if that's something that would be embedded into the code of the city.
I've not seen that before. I'd have to do some research in other, because it's not in our code. I can do some research in some other codes. You would obviously be hamstringing your future councils for negotiation tactics, but I mean, I can look at other codes and see what's out there.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to protect future councils from, giving up the farm, so that, we kind of be mindful of what the market values are at the time that we sign those leases.
I would be happy to do some research on it and see what I can find.
I'll ask for concurrence so that you don't have to waste time.
But let me ask you a question, though.
Yes, sir.
Don't we, what do we do now? I mean, we just can't just blindly do our due diligence. It's hard to imagine that we just go ahead and say, okay, let's just do it without any survey or anything. It's hard to believe we don't do that.
Mayor and Council, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Staff does complete a property analysis, at times using external vendors to provide us property valuation information. But the council can account for a multitude of factors, including employment, initial property investment, carrying costs. So property valuation is one very important factor, but it is not the only factor. And currently, council accounts for all of those factors in providing staff direction on a negotiation basis.
I really do think we need to take better steps to protecting ourselves from what we're seeing now in our portfolio, which is extremely low returns on multi-million-dollar investments. So that's why I do think at some point there's going to be a council and staff that couldn't give two rats' ass about the return on their investment. All they're caring about, and I'm just saying, this is hypothetical, right? You could get a council and staff eventually that doesn't really care about what the market values are, the returns on the investment. We might get a council that has no idea what a commercial lease even looks like, and staff that, might be less experienced. So that's why I do think we should at least talk about ways that we can safeguard. I mean, we have, what is it, $1.5 billion worth of real estate, something like that, that the city of Torrance owns. That's not, that's not something that, I mean, just that alone, we need to have experts involved in every future negotiation. And I know we do that now. I'm just looking at about 20 years on the road. Might be a little different. So I think it should be really in the DNA of the city that we have a system in place that have safeguards in place, that we don't just, oh, Mr. Buddy A is going to get a good deal on the lease because, 4 people on the council are his or her buddy. We want to safeguard those types of transactions from happening.
Councilman Tucci, I think I hear what you're heading down. I have an idea, which, I think your intentions are good, and sometimes, we use the phrase election has its consequences on who the people vote in, and that's just the way this is played. But maybe our Finance and Government Committee be something that at least look at some options we do and which is the best path forward to address a concern like this. Because, I mean, this, we got here today based on our experience on deliberating and trying to, discuss different issues with land use. But you could say that we're fortunate we have people who has experience in the council in this area quite a bit. And like you're saying, we someday in the future, we may not, but we do have we have a staff who works the pipeline to help the elected officials. My suggestion right now might be something we could put on an agenda item for the finance and government. The committee that, Councilman Kaji, you're the chair on that one, the name of that one. It's an idea. Let's discuss that through there and see.
Well, at least to start the conversation and look at options. And there might be some cities that have those safeguards in place.
Yeah.
I'm just, looking at what we have now, it's irritating and upsetting to see that so many people got very, very rich off of Torrance taxpayers' money, because all that land was bought by Torrance taxpayers. And there's people driving around in very, very fancy cars because, we wrote leases, ground leases that were so cheap. I'm sure they were really cheap to begin with, and they continue to be cheap over and over and over again. We're talking about, 50, 60, 70 years worth of making just a crap load of money off the taxpayers of Torrance. So that's why I think we really do need to consider putting some safeguards in place, for the future, so that, little buddy can't come in and say, hey, you got that piece of land, why don't you, write a very cheap lease for me, ground lease for 99 years. We're allowed to do 99 years. And that's just not fair for the public. I really do think we need to do better. We need to do better and make sure that what I've been seeing lately, over the last 8 years, is very underperforming assets of the city over and over and over again. And granted, there were, at the time that they were built, there was a risk factor. That risk factor is gone now, and I really do think we need to start catching up.
All right.
So.
Okay. Councilman Gerson, you clicked in? Are you ready?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
There's a few different trains of thought. The first is the biggest problem, and it goes back to the same thing that we see with federal and state legislators. When you make blanket policies and overreach and don't flesh out the issues with your thoughts, we don't know what was being written into a lease in the 1960s because we don't know what that mindset was. And we don't know what in 2060, the mindset of the council is going to be. And staff always lets policymakers off the hook with the unintended consequences. It was an unintended consequence. And I think a lot of policymakers have unintended consequences because they don't take the time to actually think. So we have an issue. We all agree, the 7 of us agree on this issue. And that comes to the second problem is we don't have sufficient time for conversation amongst the 7 of us to deal with what was the cause of the issue, what do we want to do about the issue, how do we want to resolve it. Like when it comes to leasing and similar policies, it's usually 7 of us agreeing. We're all moving in the same direction. We all come from different points of view. The teacher, the law enforcement, the real estate people, we all come to the same conclusion, and at the sentiment of it is that all of us agree that where we are today is not where we want to be, and we're all making adjustments with an amazing city staff that is doing research and bringing forward information so that we can make informed decisions. And so I don't want to see us rush into policy conversations and policy decisions because of that unintended consequence that will happen to a future council and what they will have to face decades from now. And so we have to be careful when we make blanket statements like, we're just going to do 90% or whatever that magic number is. If anything, my ask would be, is making sure, and as the mayor has added an extra closed session day for us, which I appreciate because it gives us more time to have these conversations in closed session and for us to be able to, just like we did tonight with staff, whereas we spoke with one voice saying, no, this is the direction we want you to now take. And I think it's well received. And I think that it is different, just as I've sat down with a couple of people and said, look, you know, what you're hearing, it's not personal. It's just that this council takes very seriously what we do with our portfolio and making sure that the citizens of Torrance get a fair return on their land. And we're all 7 agreed on that. And I want to keep making sure that we have time to talk, that we continue to have time to strategize together as a 7, not as a 3. Because when we're together, we do good work when we take the time to come to a consensus, just like we did tonight. And I want to see more consensus building because I think we do good work together when we get there. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're the staff.
that a
is
yes?
Staff is looking for some clear direction. I think my suggestion was have that discussion at the finance committee, and then after that we get the whole 7 of us to think about it. If that would,
Yeah, I mean,
fulfill your
I'm
desire.
not talking specifics. I'm talking about examples of specifics that could be.
Understand.
That could be
Yes.
talked about.
May I suggest,
Yes.
I'm trying city manager, staff could conduct some research on best practices in other cities, how they manage their portfolio. We can bring those findings to the Finance and Government Operations Committee. At that point, the committee can decide if you want to give us further direction to perhaps develop a land management policy,
Right.
which will be subject to future councils making those adjustments or building in some guardrails or expectations
Yeah.
of how we manage our portfolio. So we could allow us to do some preliminary research, and then we can share that data with the Finance and Government Operations Committee, and then we can come back to the council for direction.
And it could be vague enough to where you have flexibility, but stringent enough to where there can't be corruption. You know, I mean, the idea is to really just safeguard our investments. I mean, and try to get the best return possible. I've seen it. Obviously, it's on paper. There's problems that were created long time ago, and I just don't want to be part of that council that did nothing to try to steer the ship in the right direction. That's all.
It almost sounds like a League of California Cities item. No, I think that's a good idea, Ron. Yeah. Okay. I mean, do we need thumbs up, thumbs down for that? Councilman Kaji.
I appreciate everyone's comments on this. I think that it's best when we all move in unison like we did tonight. I'm glad that we're members of the International Council of Shopping Centers. I'm glad that we can pull information through National League of Cities or League of California Cities. There's a lot of different databases that are available to the staff. But I do support Councilmember Matucci's suggestion that I think we should spend considerable time thinking of what safeguards we can put in place to ensure that what we're experiencing now doesn't repeat itself again, because as custodians of the people's land and assets, that requires us to ensure that they're protected, that they generate sufficient revenue to cover all the services that our residents require. So should this move forward, working with staff, and if it comes to the Finance and Government Operations Committee, then we can move it up to the full council for review. So that might be, a good avenue to use.
Okay.
I'd support that.
So is that clear? Yeah, I would say staff, go ahead and do your investigation.
We'll use it as part of the upcoming budget process. We can incorporate that, at least the initial discussion, to build it into our work plan for next year.
Okay. Do we have concurrence with that? I wasn't sure, because a lot of times staff want to make sure, but, you know, we'll just, okay, I wasn't sure, okay. That's a 7-0. Just want to make sure. I know sometimes it's hard. It's not clear. All right. At this moment, we'll conclude tonight's meeting. I'll take motions and adjourn tonight's meeting.
I move that we adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, April 14th, 2026 at 5 p.m. for a closed session in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion passed with Councilmember Shake voting no.
At least he's consistent. But as I always say, Councilman Shake can stay tonight. Bring your sleeping bag. Good night, everyone. It's 9:14.